Empty the piss jugs. Oh, I need to turn on chat. Who are you, Danelle Levanchi? How old are you in all of this? If you're flirting with me, tell me something about yourself. I like Italian, so that's a plus. You remind me of the old cat. Who's that old cat that went after that skunk? That like Italian uh, cat that went after that Pepe Le Pew. Yeah, you remind me of Pepe Le Pew, the day now. That'd be considered sexual harassment nowadays on TV. They wouldn't allow Pepe Le Pew on TV.
You want coffee, oranges, or both?
Both. They wouldn't allow Pepe Le Pew on TV. They teach the boys too much. I read show. That was funny. Him always going after that skunk thinking this is our cat. I wonder why they don't allow boys to flirt like that anymore.
Got your orange juice cup?
Yeah, I have it in here.
Yep.
Pepe Le Pew and that skunk. Jeez, that was funny as a kid. I learned many things from that show. I got in so much trouble as a kid. Here, I'll hand it to you.
Okay.
No wonder I got in so much trouble as a kid. The more I learned from that show. Because I was like in first grade, second grade, I was watching that, and I'd flirt with the girls like that. And I wonder why I got in trouble. I said I watched it on Looney Tunes. That's how Looney Tunes taught me to flirt with the girls around here.
Back on TV.
What?
I wish the Looney Tunes come back on TV.
Yeah, especially Pepe Le Pew, man. He really liked that skunk.
I miss the old cartoons.
Yeah, they took them off because they weren't politically correct.
Yeah.
Uh,
Now they got new cartoons, Paw Patrol, and all that. Oranges.
They got crazy things to teach our kids to be whatever.
Good. Hold on, I'll pick him in.
Then they got the perverted Japanese making all these. Those Japanese can be perverts in what they make. Wonder why Hitler aligned with them. I thought Hitler hated perverts. That's one of the first things he took out was the perverts. He didn't tolerate perverts. After the war, the United States started quickly accepting perverts. He liked the United States because we didn't tolerate perverts either. He was 1938 in the Year in Time magazine just because he didn't tolerate what was going on over there. And now, a couple years later, we're at war with them because of the bankers. In fact, you can be kicked out of the SS just for excessively smoking and excessively drinking. In fact, did you know Nazi Germany made the first anti-smoking laws?
Oh,
They made the first law you couldn't smoke in government buildings.
yeah. Okay, you copy this one.
That orange juice was refreshing. Here, can you make my bed for me, please?
Okay. Where are your blankets at? Oh, down there.
I want a blanket under the sheet, please.
Let me see. You might have one back here.
Dad had all of them washed. He had all of them washed after the incident. They all should be back there. A thick blanket. I want my Fortnite blanket. Go after the Fortnite chipmunkets. Plain rabbits, I mean.
Oh,
Oh!
here's that. Yeah, which one?
That's babies.
Oh, that babies?
And no, the other Fortnite blanket, the comforter. Not this one, the comforters.
This one?
No, the comforter's the ones I want below my sheet.
I can't find it, but I found this one.
That's good.
You want these new?
Where they put the comforters?
Back there, but you said Fortnite one. I didn't.
Oh wow.
I'm gonna do this fast. You want this on bottom?
Yeah. Oh, and sprinkle that. Oh yeah, do it full way. And sprinkle that rose stuff on them.
You want like this or the whole
The
open?
whole thing open.
Open.
And sprinkle that rose stuff on each layer. I want a bed fit for a king. Sprinkle that rose stuff on when you get to bed.
Yeah. I'm trying to get fast as I can. Where you just staying?
Oh, I'm fine. The rose stuff. I really want to live like a king.
Look at that fan. Where's that coming out?
There.
Oh. Like that?
Yeah. Then over to the sheet. Okay, the sheet down.
Huh?
Never get the sheet down, it's over the sheet.
I want this on the top.
Didn't know that one under me.
Huh?
Under me. I want a sheet under me and over me.
Oh, like this, okay.
And rose stuff on top of the sheet.
Ooh.
There we go.
You want to keep this in here for the cat or what?
Yeah, hold on, I'll put it right here.
Then, what blanket you want to cover it up with?
Give me a sheet first to cover up with.
You want a Fortnite sheet?
Yeah. Smells like the bed of royalty.
You want this dirty or you want this one or
Both.
both?
Yeah, it's gonna start getting cold again, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know when, but my car said 50 this morning. The one that. was
Yeah,
done.
just cover up this one and then leave
That
the other
one?
one. Leave that one at the end.
I mean, like that. You need this one or not?
Later on, maybe if I get
Okay.
cold tonight.
Okay. You can leave it there. Okay, anything else? Gosh.
Not yet. I might have a
Yeah,
cigarette.
I mean, hang it. Put that way you can reach it.
I think my coffee's done.
Oh, yeah. There. Have your coffee.
Yeah, it's on the floor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go to that four much to the top.
Nice and relaxed.
You good?
Oh yeah. Yeah, get that ready for me in Vermont. I need my air. This old man needs his air.
Make sure you got enough to be strapping. I'm good. You're good. Hey, Josh, this is how much water you got.
Alright,
What do you
I'll
have?
get my dad ordering one.
Let me go on the counter.
Alright. Going good. Going to the doctor today.
You know what time your doctor's appointment?
No, you had to call my dad. Yeah, just for checkup. Yeah, he called me earlier. Yeah.
You know, hey, Dad.
Yeah.
Hey Josh, any way that Terry can take me to your appointment? I take it right
No, we're scheduled. I want you there just in case. You know everything.
Okay, I'll see if I can.
All right.
Have you get ready?
I'm not going.
Huh?
I'd say I'm not going because I want him there.
Okay.
He knows everything. Tell the doctor.
Yeah.
Good. King gets relaxed today. Too many bad. Well, I really fill that urinal up. What time do you have to give me my bath by? Oh, I can use one, so I tell you what. Let's have a cigarette real quick. Hold on. Yeah?
I got it changed to Friday at 3 o'clock.
Friday at 3 o'clock. All right.
Okay. Hey, I thought that might come over. I feel terrible, Josh.
Okay.
Just got all the symptoms of my fever.
Okay. Get.
Okay. I'll see you, Josh.
All right. Bye. Have you fed baby yet? Did she get her canned cat food from Walmart? Did she get her canned cat food from Walmart? Good. Oh. Oh. I'm such a dirty old man, ain't I? Oh, that one left a mark. Tell Bells I should see them get back to the tree. Hey, Balzar, you in here? Good. Did you get your morning coffee? I already had my morning coffee. We can't function without coffee. I don't know how you do it being a millionaire. I'd spend a bunch of money if I was a millionaire. I'd be too tempted. You know, I like to spend, so you're lucky you're the millionaire because you know how to manage it. I don't know how to manage money. Yeah, it's on Chromebook. It's the only thing I have. I lowered it to 720p and 30 frames a second. I thought it was the wireless internet connection to the router, so I lowered it to 720p and from 1080p and lowered the bit rate to 30 frames per second from 60. I had 1080p now. I lowered it to 1080p. I lowered it to 780p output. I think that helped with the buffering, cause remember, Comcast don't have that big of an upload. They don't use fiber yet. They haven't upgraded their lines since like 2011. They're pre-fiber optics. They're from doing fiber optics with main line. Most of the Comcast still deals with the old fiber optic lines. They haven't gone up to the modern ones. That's why you see things like Frontier, Metronet being all at like 500 up, 500 down, or Frontier having the 5 gig deal, 7 gig deal, but fastest Comcast can get is like 2 gig down because of the old wiring. And they're doing a big project. They're going to go around and redoing their wiring, or they're going to fall out of the business. I think their business stock is falling because they can't keep up with the new fiber dealers. So if I invest, I'm going to try discovering ahead of time when Comcast is going to better fiber optics. Then I'll invest in Comcast. Because remember, they're the biggest company, but still, that's what brings their stock up. But when they go to Comcast, when they go up in their technology, they go up. Maybe they're saving the money to do an overhaul. Because remember, they're going to have to compete with the new Tesla phone, which is all going to go through the satellite. So maybe they're working on something with the towers, like being the first. They work with Verizon on their phones. They go by the Verizon lines. So I think they're going to eventually work with Verizon on their fiber optics, which is Verizon, the parent company of Frontier. I think they're going to join up, and where Frontier's not available at, they're going to have Comcast run off those lines, or I'll team up with Comcast and Verizon, and they'll probably buy up Verizon and Comcast. Comcast will. I can see them doing that because they're big about domination. They bought broad cable companies before, but Verizon's pretty powerful. I don't know. I think Verizon will end up buying out Comcast because a lot of people are dissatisfied with it. Those are two equal amount of goods and bads. I slay my companies. For a poor person, I slay my companies. Also, in stock, invest in NVIDIA and the company that's doing AI with them, and Meta and Microsoft, because I noticed you can link your Meta device, your Meta headset, with your Xbox and your PC, and I think the new generation, all three, are coming out this Christmas. I think we're going to have a 128-bit operating system this Christmas with Windows 12. The first 128-bit. Because remember, with the new card, the 60 series, we're gonna have 64-bit megabit graphics cards, and with 64 megabit with 64 megabit bit operating systems, and we're gonna have 64 gigabyte graphics cards, and I think they're gonna have to up the operating systems to handle them to 128 bit. Because the new 160 series, they're gonna upgrade the operating system and everything to deal with these new cards coming out. But AMD's in our company, but everyone's already invested in AMD. But I'll be looking at also in charge of investing in AMD because they're gonna make the new chips. And it's best to have an AMD chip in your computer alongside. But I want to try. I'm just a loyal NVIDIA customer. But I'm chips. I switched from trusting Intel because when I got my first is an Athlon 64 in AMD, and it did pretty good for as old the computer was, and not having low amount of graphics because low amount of it had. No, it's shot. It has stuff built up in the power supply and stuff. It's shot. It's shot because it had stuff built up in the power supply. So I get a new PC. What I'm going to do is have air fresheners all around it. Air purifiers all around it. It needed a clean. I think what happened was they did a heat test. It smoldered and ruined the whole system. Because I was too weak by the time I used to clean out my PCs every time I bought one. Like I'd buy them from eBay to fix up back when I was healthy enough to walk around, and first thing they did is I took that spray that the drug addicts use to spray them out. I get some pretty dusty ones. So every computer I bought from eBay, I would change out the hard drive, destroy the old one, because God knows with the old person, or I get them with no hard drive. And every time I bought them off Amazon, I switched out the hard drive because a lot of them came from the military. When they sold out in 2009, at that time, the old Pentium 4s, and God knows what kind of work they were doing. I didn't want to go that top secret work. And if it came from someone else through eBay, I always switched out the hard drive. Remember, if your company if you ever buy a second-hand computer, destroy that hard drive that comes with it. You don't know what the previous person's been doing with that computer. And then once you get the operating system running, run a type of cleaner that goes to the BIOS, the memory, because you don't know what the other person's been doing with that computer. Trust me, I learned from a guy that read nothing but technical. I trained under a guy that ran through technical stuff. He did business with the ATF. He learned it from all. And he learned how to buy old computers and to make them safe to sell. So you have to pretty much replace the hard drive and then buy a brand new one or nuke the other one, like install the operating system, use the old version of CCleaner where it does a 3-pass. But if you get a hard drive with a used computer, you might as well nuke it, buy a new operating system. Just run a magnet across it and throw it in the trash because you don't know what people's been doing with the old computers. And he taught me everything about refurbishing computers. It's shot. It's been going non-stop since 2022, Malzar. That thing's got a lot of use to it. It probably wore out. And I think Terry may have actually threw it away, and it was shot. I got a lot of years of use in on it, and a lot of new games weren't working with it. It was only a 3070, and it plus there's a lot of build up of dust and trash and power supply. And I think when they heated it, that stuff smoldered and fried the power supply. And there's a lot of dust inside of it. But the next one I'm going to get cleaned out once a year. I think my new PC, about once every 6 months, I'm going to have them come spray it. And clean it. What I may do is wait till holidays, 'cause that's when the new generation's coming out, and just take it easy for the next couple of months and just play Xbox. I bought a new set of headphones, HyperX wired headphones from Microsoft Store. So they should be here 3 to 5 days. I ordered them Sunday night. Today's Wednesday, so today's one of the first days they should arrive. They only get here quickly from Microsoft Store. For some reason I can't play Red Dead Online. I thought I bought that. I didn't know I played it under Microsoft Store. I thought I install my flight simulator, so I'll let you guys watch my Twitch. Once I get my headset. It was a fire hazard anyway, that computer was, Balzar. And if that thing were to start fire, it'd start a big one. You gotta know when your computer's too dirty to be cleaned. Yeah, it was a fire hazard. It's getting so dirty. But I've been playing it, not running it non-stop since, 2022. It's ran non-stop. So you know there's something just eventually was on the edge, and when they did that heat treatment, my brother's Dell made it through the heat treatment. But I think it's just so... I ran it so much. My brother always kept his idling, and those older Dells are more durable. Business computers, especially Lenovo and IBM business computers, are the sturdiest. So I think what you ought to do for your companies, buy Lenovo gaming computers to make your designs on, instead of the made by Alienware, buy Lenovo, because you keep on upgrading those last for years. Then once the graphics gives out, you can use them for doing mathematics, like you need to calculate something long term, like calculate a numbers you need to run. An old Pentium 7 Lenovo will be for that, because they're sturdy like that. I like Lenovo for sturdy ones. So what I may do between now and then is buy an older Lenovo. Okay. Hey, Terry. What'd you do with my computer that gave out? Yeah, I still have it. Okay. Yeah, I still have it. Okay. Do you think you can have the card upgraded to a 4090? So I can play better games? Balzar, it's on the table. He said it's on the table. I thought I actually threw it out. Yeah, do that. Maybe upgrade the card on it and stuff. And since the card had that accident a couple years ago, and only 3 prongs working, it can fire up like a brand new computer. Upgrade the chip, upgrade the card, and it'd be like a brand new computer. You know, we had to go the latest card. Even a 4090 card would be nice, and then a 4090 Ti or 5090 Ti, a new chip. Then they can go into the thing and BIOS and or whatever they need to, and reset it, freshen it up, put a bigger second slave drive in it, so I fit more games, and set up a table, and we had me a safe, clean area. It's not in the way. And had made me set up real nice. Sure, go ahead and do that, and maybe recommend a card for me and stuff that they can bring, and yeah. No, he's not allowed to do that. He's not allowed to do that. No, see, I don't have a way to take it there. Why don't you buy me a cheap computer for streaming, or a cheap gaming computer? Then I'll wait till the new generation comes out this Christmas, like a Walmart brand gaming computer or something that I can at least play Fortnite on and a few of my games. And then by the time you spend all that money, you'd be better off buying like an Acer gaming computer. Because I really want to wait till the new tech comes out this Christmas, and just have a cheaper one for backup. This one's shot. I could tell by my diagnostics that it's the motherboard, and it has a couple of the drums are bulged. The way it's starting up, the way it's then collapsing, it's more in the power supply. It's one of the drums that are bulged. It has all the symptoms of a bulged drums. When they start up, then they kick off. It's one of those drums that are probably bulged. And if you run it doing a lot of things for a number of years, those little drums on the motherboard, those little drums on the motherboard, they bulge easily. And once they bulge, the computer's shot. And I think he got so filled up with stuff, and plus running that whole time, that the drums started bulging. And that's a sign it's shot. Because that's a sign it's shot when it starts up, didn't run a few minutes and quits, and the drums are bulging. That's why I know from my education on PC that once it starts up, goes and quits, that the drums are bulging. And that's unfixable. That's all connected to the motherboard. And it had liquid cooling. Maybe some of the liquid cooling may have melted in the tubes and got on the motherboard when they were eating. Remember, my brother's computer didn't have liquid cooling. This didn't have liquid cooling. Dad, liquid cooling, maybe one of the plastic pipes got water on the motherboard, or the liquid, and it didn't electrify. It just got on the motherboard and ruined it. Had liquid cooling, I think those pipes that are plastic melted and got a little bit of that liquid coolant on the motherboard. Not enough to fully electrify it, just enough where it bakes up. Then it turned to gunk once it dried. It then dropped on there and turned to gunk, and it, yeah. So that fluid is gunk. It ain't water, it's gunk. It's kind of like a thick fluid that does it. And I think it partially leaks. So during the heat treatment, when those pipes melted, that carries it. Because remember, those pipes are made out of plastic. They carry the coolant. And my brother's computer didn't have those pipes. It didn't have those pipes, so it runs. It has those pipes that carry the liquid cooling. So I think the liquid coolant got on it. And he can't take it there. And I'm not big on, I want to do with major investment when I get the new tech comes out this Christmas, about March next year, and everything's when everything comes down a little bit in price on the new tech, and all the bugs are worked out. Then that gives me time to save up, and maybe a bunch of people say, like, well, gotta get a new system. But all I really want right now is just a cheap one, like that you order from Dell or something, or like an XPS, Dell XPS. And then that can get me by, and then I could use that for streaming once I get my new computer. Or designing things. I want to design things, get into coding, or take a few college courses. Maybe I get feeling better. Because I'm going to try getting my diet worked out and exercising more. Try walking, getting out more, get some sunshine. I can't read All right. Yeah, and I'll wait to game. I got my Xbox, and I kind of want to. I'm working on a secret project on gaming. I'll talk to you later on about it on Discord when I get time. I'm still weak from being in the hospital. I at least want to be able to play my GTA Red Dead Online on PC. So I gone really far on Red Dead Online. I want to be able to at least play that in some of my games. Because Red Dead Online on PC have accomplished a lot. And with GTA Online, too many hackers. I'm through with GTA Online. Too many hackers that are going there and being immortal. But Red Dead Online, I've done a lot of work to build my character. And I don't lose that work. And it's going to be a long time before I release Red Dead 3. So I play only Red Dead Online. And I want to continue my character I'm building. And it's peaceful walking through those mountains at night. When I'm bored and ache for home, bound in Southern Indiana, I go up to the mountain ranges and walk. Take off beaten paths, get pictures, and add my AI videos that I post on YouTube and Twitter and TikTok. And Red Dead Online just gives me a lot of peace. I stay to myself mostly, unless I'm taking out a chipmunk kit. And I like going after my chipmunk kits. Don't take nothing big, go after a couple of chipmunk kits, you know what I mean? I mean, those gamer computers that you bought are for people who play Call of Duty all the time and RN games. Those games are so full of pro players, I wouldn't be able to match them. I mean, the pro players already left Red Dead Online and stuff. I mean, the pro players, I'm not a pro player. Those are the ones that need the expensive computers. I don't need an expensive computer. Because I don't pro player game enough. I just want to play games that are fun, but not the type you go that the big Twitch streamers streaming. You know, the ones that the pro players want to show their balls off on. Even though they look like, probably most of them, the reason they don't show their webcam, they look like Austin. They have the latest they have the latest equipment because who knows? Look how those guys get their money. And I don't want to delve into it. It's not audience friendly. I'm trying to be more audience friendly now that I have a better, now that I'm more Catholic. Yeah, it's something. Yeah, it's something. Yeah, something to stream with. Yeah, just looking something to stream with. I don't need a game. I got my Xbox. I don't need a game on PC. Whatever you get, I'm happy. As long as I get a new computer, I'm happy. That's it. Beggars can't be choosy. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we can't think of all beggars. There's mothers with children that are desperate. You know, but we can't think of those as beggars we take advantage of. That's what we give the true charities to, the actual widows with kids. You know what I mean? Those are the innocents and beggars. Those are the ones you pay off the utilities, pay that couple months rent and set away. Or the college student or the homeless kid that's barely 18 that just wants to get ahead in life and not a drug. You know what I mean? The one that just needs a helping hand to step up in life. You take him out, give him something, you give him a haircut, something for a job interview, to wear to a job interview, give him a haircut, get his beard trimmed, give him something to eat, give him some money to eat on, so he knows on that. Those are the innocent beggars. Remember, anyone can end up homeless. Anyone can. Even you're not sheltered from what the company takes the dive due to a new leap in technology that another company comes up with. See, that's what you have to face, and that's why I always know you party hard on the weekends, because you have to always keep up on technology, because if another company takes another leap ahead, you could crash overnight. So that's why you work so hard and you party so hard, because you work so hard. And like I say, in those meetings, there's a lot of stake every meeting. Those 3 meetings you go to every day. I know the tech world business. I mean, you gotta be on top, or it ain't too pretty. And if you want to be rich, you gotta follow pretty much to being the life of Don Pena. Don Pena. If you want the money to party hard, take your trips, plus run a successful company, you gotta go by Don Pena. Dan Pena. He's a little too strict. He says he don't have friends. I think you gotta have friends. I just think he's too focused on money and not enough fun. I mean, he has fun around Christmas, but he wasn't there for his family on Christmas because he's too busy making money. And what's life worth living if you're missing holidays and making money? Because he can't take his money to the grave, and he's aging. He can't take money to the grave with him. If he has all that left over and he's not leaving it to his kids, I mean, he should have just been there for their Christmases and all that. If he's not leaving his money to his kids, that's why I fell out of touch with. That's how I quit watching his videos, because he says he's not leaving any money to his kids, and that's fine. But he should at least been there every Christmas, every graduation. Then at least would have met something. Would spend time with Dad. But when Dan Pena said he skipped graduations and Christmases and make money just to leave his kids out, that pissed me off about him. And a few other videos of him, I caught him dissing poor people. Yeah, I don't like it. I didn't like it because, and the way he deals with people that accidentally mess up that one time. We walks in, has security rough him up, throw him out the door, and mail his stuff the week later. He's kind of cruel and vindictive, and that's why I fell on my passion with him. I liked his language. I'd still watch his video about his language for success, but when he catch down to it, he's just not happy. He's a type that God wouldn't look favorable onto, and that's not a guy I want to get an example from. You are more of a guy I want to get an example from, a guy that follows God, but in the end, but likes to party once in a while. That's how we fit like brothers, because we love God, we love Jesus. But Jesus, when we both have a direct line to Jesus, saying, "Hey, we're going to party some, and then leave the rest up to having fun." Here, I gotta scroll up on mine. But yeah, I don't know. The Catholic Catechism says if you take advantage of someone's vulnerability, it's a grave sin. That's why I probably don't. I wouldn't stop by that rehab clinic looking for a quickie, because of what the Catholic Church teaches. I'd be there more, handing out a cigarette or two and some coffee, and bring a big damn bottle of water, and let them have a styrofoam cup full of that instant cold coffee, hand them each a cigarette or two, and let them smoke coffee and have some instant coffee, and just stop there at that little pavilion and they have behind it and talk to them and witness Jesus, instead of bringing little tracts, bring them coffee and cigarettes. Bring a cold shot of coffee they can drink real quick, get energized, and a cigarette or two. Like each a goodie sack, like 1 or 2 cigarettes. Like they get a choice, 1 Newport, like 1 menthol, one regular, and then they get some coffee and a little thing of coffee, little baggie of coffee, and a styrofoam cup and a bottle of water, a small bottle of water, and a small cup. That's what the drug addict needs with the and a small spoon to stir the coffee with, and then that's they need someone to come and bring with their permission, with the owner's permission or not, and just talk to them. You know, you bring them at their level. They're jonesing for coffee and cigarettes, then you leave that to witness to Jesus to them, witness the Catholic Church to them. Not, my rocks aren't important to get off when it's souls going to Jesus. My goal is souls to Jesus, not get my rocks off. Especially the people that are vulnerable, like drug addicts. I mean, because you fall into that from a lot of things. Trauma, whatever. I think trauma led me to my party days. And it was a hole you can't fill. I mean, really with partying, like, you know, the way I did, it was a hole I couldn't fill. But with Jesus, it's something that's constantly there. And my cigarettes, and coffee, and stuff, and my hemp. Yeah, just look for something nice to stream up, stream with stuff, and maybe a laptop with those multiple screen hookups on TikTok. Have you seen those multiple screen hookups for a laptop? It goes in the C connector, and it goes in the C outlet in the laptop, and it's a multiple screen one. Maybe get me a gaming laptop. There you go. Then I can sit here with a controller, gaming on my laptop. Like get me a gaming laptop. How's that sound? With like at Walmart, those 4080 gaming laptops. Then I can stream, hook up a webcam to it, and stream and play games on it. And maybe that gaming laptop with those multiple screen plugins that I can have another table set up on, or a table on it can fit. That's why you get me a gaming laptop. Then you can play simple games. Then you can play decent games like Fortnite, whatever, or my car game, or my Red Dead, and then a gaming laptop would be better because it has more power to multitask too. My last laptop gave out because it didn't have enough power to multitask. It only had 4 gigabytes of RAM. That's all I could afford. Was one that was $300, 4 gigabytes of RAM, and an Intel Silver processor, another pretty weak processor. It's like 2.6 gigahertz or 2.1, and it was just a cheap processor, 4 gigabytes of RAM, and couldn't multitask too much. That's why I was always crashing. Not too good with screen. It was the only one I picked up with some extra kick earnings I had. I don't know. You're the best. You're the best judge on what to get. Just throwing some ideas out there. But for a while on gaming, I'm just gonna do it on my Xbox. So you get me like, it's good for streaming. Laptop or computer. Dell sells some pretty nice computers, or yeah, Dell does. Let me check the Dell store. That's sad to happen to that kid from Dell back in the 90s. It's our age. He lost everything, his whole job for Dell, just over buying marijuana off an undercover cop in New York City back in the late 90s, early 2000s, catching him buying a quarterback of weed. And he lost everything, his whole career, and ended up just a poor bartender over a nickel bag of weed as an undercover cop caught him buying in New York City. Just something as menial as that. I mean, the kid had money, wanted to have fun, buy a nickel bag of weed, go back to his apartment, probably have one of his fangirls suck his dick while he smoked the weed. And all that caused him his career. I mean, if you're a kid, you're 19 or 20, 17, 18 years old, you're going to want a nickel bag of weed and a blowjob from a blonde. That sounds like a lovely Friday night. Not, I mean, all that money earned from it, I mean, that was just fucked up by Dow. They should just turn the other way on that. They're paying them all that money. Of course, a kid his age is gonna party. You know, he's a spokesperson for Dell. It ain't like he did something like Diddy. It's like he just was 17, 18, 16, 17-year-old kid that liked to party, and they're paying him millions to do their commercials. What do you expect him to do? He's immature naturally. And when a teenager gets money, they're going to party. I mean, why throw his career away? He could have been a spokesperson, had a wonderful career. But they threw all that away, all his talent away, just over a nickel bag of weed that a cop, some type of, pretty much a overzealous cop caught him buying, sold it, tried to sell to him. He bought off an undercover cop a nickel bag of weed. Some overzealous cop busted more a nickel bag of weed in New York City years ago. That's stupid. Those overzealous cops that just want to get a teenager's life ruined over a nickel bag of weed. That pisses me off. And there was a lot more going on in those days. It's bad. It's worse now. New York even bad in those days. There's a lot worse things going on in New York than just teenagers buying weed. Like the subways always need patrol that cough equipment down there. Patrolling for mentally ill homeless and getting them help or something. Or stopping a junkie from getting her fix with a needle that could have been bad shit and kill them. If I was in DEA, I'd mostly focus on the heroin, the meth, fentanyl, stuff like that. I wouldn't even focus on simple stuff. I refuse to take the jobs for weed or in cocaine, as long as it's going to people, as long as it's good value. I said, well, people are getting one way or another, and I'd focus it on what's killing Main Street, what's killing our small towns. That's what I'd focus on if I was DEA. Focus on what's killing our small towns. I wouldn't focus on weed or a few party favors that bored people have to do. I'd focus on what's killing our small towns. See, I'd protect Main Street from the stuff that's causing sons, daughters, fathers, and mothers the overdose. That's what I'd be stopping from coming in and being sold. And make an example of a few smugglers and dealers and that stuff. Not the weed stuff. I'd kind of be like the IRA if I was EA, where I'd make an example of people who brought in the stuff that's killing the poor, low income, innocent people on Main Street, and kind of make an example of the dealer where they're not out the door and out. I'd make sure they had big fear of God. Because who wants to be 2,000? Who wants to be poor and can't afford to bury their 16-year-old sons he OD'd on fentanyl? But at the same time, I would be passing out. I would do that one stuff. Narcan, and out there's emergency, I wouldn't enforce. I just go in there and Narcan the one that overdosed, and then confiscate the drugs. So I don't think the people consuming are a problem. It's the dealers and the dangerous stuff is killing Main Street, and the smugglers, like the fentanyl and stuff. I don't believe it's the people using, because the people using have different stories. So most of them would just get a dose of Narcan. I make sure they had plenty of Narcan around, because they're depressed. A lot of them had trauma, especially in small towns. People hurt their back in the coal mines. Their doctor cuts them off immediately. Cold turkeys them off their pain pills, and they turn to the streets. We all know that problem just because of a few bad actors. We have doctors cold turkeying people off their pain meds, and you can't do that. Then they turn to the street. And that's not the politics I'll join. I mean, making it hard for people in pain to get relief, like even with the new stuff like hemp or marijuana, let alone if people are in bad pain through cancer or serious surgeries or serious bad pain with their pain pills. And what's wrong with a few 20-year-olds snorting the Oxycontin? I mean, all of it's good stuff. You just get the bad shit off the street, and it's just, they should make it where it's not a problem, where people aren't killing for it. If they make it where it's kind of like quietly available at a low price, like Floods kind of do it with good stuff, you won't have people breaking in, murdering old people for their Oxycontin or stealing for it. So I think if the CIA was watching, they would flood the market with the good stuff where the price value went down, to where someone can get on the street, good stuff, and won't overdose and not be stealing to get it. Because, I mean, no one's going to quit using a certain product until they're ready. You put them in all the rehabs you want, but they're not going to stop using until they're ready. And I've been around a lot of addicts to know that they're not going to stop using, or alcoholics. They're not going to stop using until that point in their life. They reach 0 days, day X, I call it. That day when they realize what it's cost them. And some don't. And those can be the few ones we lose in the battle against illegal drugs, are the ones that are the least flood the market with clean stuff, and like you have the old way some states were back in the 80s and early 90s, and you can have America feels good, and America that. I mean, look at Rush Limbaugh. He was up 30 Oxycontins a day, would give one hell of a speech about the damn Democrats. I mean, that stuff enabled him to really tear into the Democrats. He must have been feeling real good when he got on the radio, old Rush Limbaugh. He was a lightweight compared to what's on TV now, on TV radio, but I mean, he can say it. Remember did your dad listen to Rush Limbaugh when you were a kid? My dad listened to Rush Limbaugh because he couldn't stand him. But I'd get in the car every morning out of daycare, and Dad be listening to old Rush Limbaugh. Dad said he couldn't stand, what always says he listened to him because he couldn't stand him. I think Dad agreed with him. I think he knew if he's going to be in good standing with my grandpa, he's going to listen to Rush Limbaugh. It's either he listened, couldn't stand it, but know what to talk about around my grandpa. He listened to Rush Limbaugh. You don't talk that liberal shit around my grandpa. My grandpa's like that. You don't talk that liberal shit around my grandpa. He'll shut that shit right down. My grandpa will. That liberal shit. My granddad will. Well, I gotta feed the ducks. They're waiting. Aren't they? You guys waiting. Oops. There. Get my daily dose of sunshine.
Ready for your bath? I'll wait.
Wait till about 1.
I'm doing today or tomorrow.
I'll wait till about 1 today.
One.
It takes me a while to get woke up, Terry. Hear me? Can you go out there and get that cup? It fell on my hands. I need it replaced to feed them because that red cup fell on my hands when I was feeding them.
What?
That red cup, it fell out of my hands when I was feeding the ducks. And feed them a little bit more. Make sure you close the screen behind you. There, that's good enough feed. That's enough feed up. Boy, you're fooling around with the girls in the back seat of the bus. Back in the day, French kissing another, fingering the one side, you're kissing one, feeling the titties, other fingers, fingering the other. I know you and your constant 2 girlfriends growing up, those are. One, you're going down fingering them and kissing them and stuff. You had your hand deep down those wet panties. You had those panties sopping wet by the time they got home. They'd have to take a shower. One time I was on a webcam with this British chick. She was okay looking. She always had, every woman I've been on webcam with had to run a bath by the time I got done with her. Yeah, one time, every chick that I was with on webcam,
Some tea.
every chick that there's this one British chick, right? She was 18 or 19, but okay looking. She was about 4 out of 10. You know, she's kind of not too good looking, but okay enough to get me, rustled up. She always had to run a bath after I got done with her. I got her so wet that she had to run a bath. She always had to run that bath. I got her so wet. And every woman I fucked had to run a bath after I got done with her. Did you ever take her home and get her in your bedroom? Did you ever get a hold of her finally and took her to downtown? I bet your face deep in that pussy, wasn't it? You were face deep and tongue deep in that pussy. Yeah, but it was hard. The simple computer I could use until March next year would just be one of those Walmart gaming computers, like the ones on display at Walmart that have decent graphics. At least I play my Red Dead Online and stuff. And then and then I start saving. Everyone's then somehow save up for the next generation and stuff. The Xbox will start going. The new Xbox will come out this Christmas, but I'll wait till March next year till all the bugs are out. Because they have a thing where you can link your Oculus to your Xbox and your PC all together. So I think it's going to be part of a deal. So look into Meta stock, Microsoft stock. That'd be good ones in AMD. Because the new computer today, they confirmed that it's going to run a really new generation AMD chip, the new Xbox. Oh, and it's going to have an AMD card, but it's going to compete with NVIDIA that has new AI on it. And the company that does the AI for NVIDIA. So, I don't know. I think console cards, AMD's going to run. I think AMD's going to beat anything in console gaming cards when it comes out in the new Xbox. But for PC, NVIDIA's got the edge of AI. So you know how much that's going to assist in redoing graphics, like readjusting your graphics. If you got a real good high-end AI in your card, it can readjust things for graphics output. That's what I'm saying with NVIDIA for my card in March. I buy a really good computer because the NVIDIA 60 series is going to have AI, which would assist in readjusting things automatically. In March next year, March 2027, it's gonna assist them to run all this AI stuff. I also see them buying. Have you heard of anything about 128-bit operating systems coming out soon? Balzar? Because it's been since 2005 since we had a new upgraded operating systems. Because the first 64-bit operating system that was major, they had them, but they were for big players like servers. But the first average person got the first 64-bit operating system in 2004 or 5 with Windows XP 64-bit edition. Remember that? And in 2005, then they came out the first time. Then they came out with Vista. So they had the choice between 32 edition or 64-bit edition. But remember in 2005, XP 64-bit edition came out. They're testing the 64-bit edition. But it didn't last too long. Most people went for Vista or got it till Vista worked out its quirks. Because most people were ordering either downgrading to XP or XP 64-bit edition when Vista came out. It's such a shitty operating system. I downgraded to a pirated version of XP already activated. I immediately downgraded to XP on my HP, my first brand new computer. I got tired of Vista always crashing, so I finally found out you had to switch it back from SATA to IDE in the BIOS and fire back up on the settings for hard drives. Because they wouldn't tell me that HP help how to do it. So I had to go and figure out. I saw they were set to SATA, and then they had a selection for IDE. Then I put that in on the equivalent on the BIOS, and XP fired right up. And I had only 3 gigabytes of memory at the time on that. I started out with 1, bought additional 1, and eventually had 3 gigabytes of memory by 2009, and the original chip. It wasn't a gaming computer, but it did just pretty fast. I got on with it. It was just the usual computer I originally got for college, but did some gaming on it, like did some college, did some gaming on it. I didn't do much college. I don't think I was meant for college. That teaches you to be a consumer, and you know what consumership is like. It teaches you to work that boring 9 to 5 job for somebody else, and those people, end up our people are NPCs. Guys like me and you, battles are the entrepreneurs, are not NPCs. You can tell a difference between an NPC and a real person, and I think that's why they have those. What's going on in the world? They choose NPCs for what they do. If you catch what I mean, what's been in the news recently, they choose NPCs. I think there's a way that if you're there's a way if you're smart enough to judge who's an NPC, who's not. I believe whatever reality we're in, I kind of can tell who's an NPC and who's not. Something that's a glitch or the multiverse. I believe it's a set of realities, like on a computer program that God made, and there's alternate loops in case one gets destroyed, one won't blend in. And he made alternate realities, infinite ones. And I think at 2012 that was a reset. The sky's a different color now. It used to be a darker blue around here. Notice the sky is a lighter blue now since December 2012. Notice the sky is a different color of blue. In the north, it's a real light blue and stuff. It used to be a dark blue. The sky is different. It's a lighter blue during the day and a dark blue. I noticed in the way people are acting started changing around 2013. Then around 2020 was another event. People really started changing. 2012, 2020 were two pivotal years on our timeline, I think. And for us that feel like we survived both timelines, we're special. And everyone else got replaced by NPCs who went with the timelines where the world ended or was destroyed. Then we jumped into the COVID timeline 2012. I think that's when we jumped timelines, is 2012. Because some people remember different things before 2012 than I do. Like at the Marengo Cave. I remember them having a bottomless pit where they could not explore this deep hole in the cave because it went down too far. There's no way to get down there and see how far the earth it went. Then about a year ago, I called the cave and it didn't exist. They said it never existed. But I remember during my last tour in early 2010, they took us there, but they had that roped off, and it went down so deep that they couldn't get instruments down there. Then I inquired about it a couple of years ago, called down there, and they said never been there. I argued with her on the phone about 10 minutes, saying it was right there when they gave us the guide and it roped off. And she said, that never existed. That never existed. What do you mean? So I noticed one anomaly. That's the most major anomaly I noticed. Was a big hole in the ground that went so far down deep in the cave that they couldn't measure how far deep it went. It just disappeared and it never existed. I believe it's a pathway to hell because of all the supernatural stuff happening in that area and the demeanor of the people in that area. Because it was like, I think that whole, I don't know, it's just like, that town was always bad for your health. That area was bad for your health. Normally when there was a mentally ill person, they sent them to that down, they sent them from Jasper to Paoli or to Orange County or Crawford County to die. Because there was something so toxic in the air that if you were elderly, it just finished you off. Or weak in health, it just finished you off. It was something, not a chemical, it's just something toxic spiritually there. Something toxic, not spiritually, but like a vibration in the air, a frequency in the air that was like literally toxic. And I think that's wore down my health. I used to be in perfect health when I moved there. And a lot of people can smoke like I do and work till 70. is it's that toxic vibration that's in the air in that area. That's when my health started really dropping. I lost my hair. I think it's a frequency or vibration that air in the area that from the earth blasting zones and the quarries that could tuned in with their magnetic field at the wrong place, wrong time. The tunnels that go way down in the warehouse that go from. I won't go into how far those tunnels go, but yeah, and I believe and a lot of stuff happened in the old mining grounds. It just has put off a negative frequency in that area. And a witchcraft happened up there in Orange County. I believe that put a negative frequency in the air. Because there's a lot of witches that knew I was Christian that I could talk to. Because we stood on neutral ground. I wasn't getting away with their stuff, and they wouldn't get away with my stuff. It was like a neutral state of peace. Because I always brought in, every time a witch entered my home, I brought in 2 pieces of cloth, a white cloth and a black cloth. And that was a symbol that light and darkness will exist in that room in harmony. So I always did that. Mom had a friend at one time that was possibly still a black witch that practiced dark magic. So each time she came over, I brought in a black piece of fabric and a white piece of fabric, designating as that a neutral area or holy ground where our energies where she couldn't lay hexes and I couldn't, and, where we wouldn't have conflict. Or it'd be like a meeting ground where we where bad vibe, where bad things wouldn't happen. And we were friends with her, and she ended up ODing years later. But it's like I had a little thing I did to keep the air neutral. But you see a lot of that in that area. Now the Wiccans are nothing to worry about. They're just a bunch of fat teenagers overweight teenagers that want to go out and play dress up witch. Now I won't go one to the guy that invented Wicca. I have respect for the dead, so I won't go on the guy that invented Wicca. I have respect for religion, so if people want to practice it, fine, but I don't believe it's real witchcraft. I believe it's more for people that are too intimidated to get in real witchcraft and also want to get into paganism and knowing now real pagans don't tolerate certain behaviors. So it's kind of like an alternative paganism for people who say practice certain behaviors, and also a type of witchcraft where you're not really dealing with witchcraft. You're dealing with like little nature things or little pieces of art, because deep down they're too intimidated to mess with the people that follow the old pagan rituals, where say certain people be beaten down to a bog back in the days when that paganism was the mainstream religion in Europe. So Wicca was invented as an alternative. I think the people that ran the pagan religions say we have a lot of bad people, birds that we don't fly with coming our way. Met up with that guy and invented Wicca, and so he's someplace they come to. And then there's people that didn't want to involve themselves in real witchcraft, one feeling of it, and play makeup with it, so they invented Wicca. And I tried following Wicca, and it's not. I mean, I say that whole time during 2022, I was possessed. I got into dark magic, mostly Aleister Crowley's, and messed with the same stuff that is right before I was baptized, and messing with stuff that Mark Parsons was into, sex rituals. Listen to a lot of Aleister Crowley, audio books. books, learning his stuff, and I became possessed because he should have seen how what way I was that time. I had a very dark sense of humor, and no, it's 2021. Yeah, it's around the time I got it. Yeah, then 2022 at least. I felt something leave me on right when it clock at midnight on January 1st, 2022. That just released it for me. Then in March of 2022, I got baptized. I think it was the Lord showing me that evil really existed, so He gave a demon a short season to cope with the seed inside of me, and it entered me around January 2021 to January up till January 1st, 2022. Because I like right at the beginning of January 2021, I became a totally different person, and then right after 2021 ended, I became a different person, back to a good person. I think it was just a time and season for me. I kind of became aware of it and started talking to God, and I purified my home. I got rid of all those some choice things I had in here, like the satanic altar and all that, and put everything in plastic bags, purified holy water, and put it in a plastic bag, and threw it away, and Dad's having all that stuff Joe Bush remembers. They got holy water dumped all over it and put in a plastic bag in the garbage bin. And that's when I really felt relief, is purifying my home. All the stuff related to witchcraft or whatever, I dumped holy water, drenched it in holy water, tied it up tightly in a Walmart bag, and threw it out for the trash, and got out of my home. I always wondered how you met your wife. Out of all the women you've been with, the woman that you would settle down with for the rest of your life. That'd be something discussed on privately sometime. Maybe come visit. Normally, guys that party have that special woman they really look for, or coming from your family type of family. It's kind of like arranged where your father and mother of both sides help get them with the woman that's both professionally and understanding of the man, and understands the path, and understands. It's more complicated marriages are. When you go out there, you get the more complicated what marriages are, because they believe in that lifelong marriage, but the husband, the young man, may be a party animal, but they gotta have a wife that's understanding, and it's really complicated when you come to marriage on a lot of money, and the young man's a party animal, and works hard, parties on weekends, because that takes a special type of woman. And definitely a lot of them are prearranged to where both sides has some type of professional background. Kind of like how I'm still waiting for you to hook me up with Kate because, again, I need my marriage to be kind of arranged. Where she's understanding that I have disabilities, where she's my age and never had kids, and just kind of understanding, and she's got enough, we got enough money to fall back on. And just relax. I got my grandpa's influence, my family's influence in the community, along with the influence she would bring in, and mostly I want to serve my community. People see a bad side, what they think's a bad side, makes my anxiety. It appears as anger, but really it's just me being so stressed out. I gotta get out of certain situations, and that's why I think I can't travel. When my health is, why I can't. With my anxiety is, I can't travel real much. See, I'm built for the post-COVID world, or a world, they're gradually going from where everyone's going to work from home as the population grows. They're going to try to build, where they're not, they're going to try to discourage car ownership soon within the next 10 to 15 years. Throughout that time, it's getting more and more expensive to own a car. They're going to make public transportation nicer and nicer. Now they have self-driving cabs. They're making transportation without owning a car more convenient. And they're going to bring it to the smaller towns, the countryside. Be welcoming the old ladies that want to go to church. But I think those are going to be the last ones. They're holdouts in the Amish. Or the last ones are the little old ladies that just drive their car to go to church. Or the supermarket goes into town once a month. Those are the only ones that hold out. The ones that go to town that don't have a vehicle. Because they can pay $20 a gallon of gas or pay the high maintenance fees. They're just going in town once a month to buy their cigarettes or to buy their groceries, and they buy a bunch of them. Paoli, we had a lot of those because they come in the tobacco shop and they trust them to write a check. They buy 6 cartons of cigarettes because that's the only time they came in a month. And so they allow them to write out a check for it because they knew those ladies were trustworthy. Yeah, it's when they first got paid. They've been doing it for years. Or since the place opened, they come buy 7 cartons of cigarettes for the month. And they don't come in town once a month. I remember the lady I thought she only came in town once a month. And she go over to Save a Lot, buy a bunch of things she needed. I always see old people buying a lot of food, and that's encouraged me to buy a lot of food when I got money. Was when the old timers started stocking up around about 2017, 2017. When I saw the old timers go in there, and on one certain day I buy up all the saltine crackers and stock them back their truck. When a shipment came in, but they do it one product at a time. But when stock came in, they buy it all up. They do it one product at a time. I knew it was getting around time to stock up. I always kept up for the times and seasons. I always watched the old timers, and when they start stocking up on food, I start stocking up on food. And that's on the 90s too. I tried it. Then now I keep a little pantry. I always kept the pantry if I had the money. But that'd be my dream home. I have enough for a decent sized pantry, nice kitchen. Someone come and clean, just a nice sized pantry, And a garage, and maybe even a place like underground, so like for a storm shelter or have this house sturdy enough to withstand storms and stuff. Kind of like those houses that are mostly underground, you see, in the Midwest. I've seen some of those houses that are practically underground. And every one time we drove by, once in a while, so say that's the best place for a tornado. That's the only house in here. If we get F5, the house is the only one that survives. Because everyone was waiting for the big one. And you get those old timers, and they say the big one's coming this year, or it's coming in a few years. When the old timers talk about earthquakes, and they say the big one's coming, not the professionals, not the so-called college degree, but the old timers. I'm not about the real old timers. Say when they start out preparing, they quietly do it. They won't speak when they start preparing for a storm or a natural disaster or supply line cut off. You better follow suit. So always watch the old timers. Don't listen to what the news say. Just kind of quietly observe the old timers. The older they are and healthier they are, that's the best. The oldest and healthier they are, like the real healthy 100-year-old, you always watch what they're doing. The one that's always independent, lives out in the country or something, you always watch what they're doing and you follow path. What you get ready for, watch what they say, take wisdom from them. Because, yeah. They don't worry about things we worry about. They don't have electronics in their own distraction. They watch the birds in the sky, and or even guys our age that just grew up without electronics and don't have a phone, and they keep the phone outside the house because they're not in the house studying their Bible or canning canned goods, and they're single because they just wouldn't have the need. They didn't want the need for a wife around, and they want everything quiet without a wife and kids because they're busy studying the Bible, or they just want to be single their whole lives. The bachelors that aren't crazy are the smartest to listen to, because I mean, the more purity you have in your life, the more God opens up. And those guys that are pure bachelors, the purity bachelors, not talking about the priests or anything, but to say the guys that are non-denominational, don't go to church, but they have purities first, and they keep the technology out of their home, except for maybe a phone outside in like a shed. They have to see, with most phone plans you have to get internet, but they don't take it. They don't use the internet. It's there, but they don't have the electricity to use it. Those are the guys that watch for wisdom. And they can be 20, 30 years old, but by the time they're following those rules, you know they're raised right to watch for wisdom. And they listen to a lot of wisdom while they're kin. So yeah, especially ones where all birth records are maybe haven't been perfectly restored because of living so simple and got washed away in a flood, or they were born at home, didn't get properly documented. Then they chose to be a bachelor because they lived such a simple life to where they couldn't be corrupted. And once your mind gets corrupted, I believe it starts taking over parts of mind for survival. Fun and games eats away the brain for survival. I believe that's why the old saying, too much fun and play does a man away. And that apply for anything. You bring a bottle of water in so I take my new meds, please? Thanks, on the floor.
You too.
Yeah. Here comes the geese to eat now. Is patrol, and here comes the birds. Ducks are gardens, the birds can eat. Pointed other ducks. Oh, those are geese. I always thought they migrated. Those two geese always stay. I think the ducks have dibs on my court. Because the two geese stay back there and the ducks have the geese outnumbered. And the ducks are here and make sure the birds can eat. Yeah. And the one white duck goes back and watches it if it eats a little bit. Alright, this pillbox is empty. You can bring the new one in.
What?
This pillbox is empty. You can bring the other one in. You hear lots of ones at my dad's place. What kind of French fries do I have in my fridge? What do I have in my freezer? Do I have any French fries in my freezer? Show me. Yeah, those are the spicy fries. Fry me up half of those in grease. Epic meal time. Baby has her daily routine. She has to be in front of that window watching the ducks and the birds. Don't you, baby? It's okay. What? You hear about your daily ritual coming, Daddy? It's okay you have a daily ritual. You need that ritual. Watching the ducks and the birds. You're spoiled here, and I will spoil you. You're my queen. Love you. I love you too. I love you. God, lay help. Are the French fries about done?
Yeah, again, they're
Oh, that's good. Some French fries and oh, and get me a nice Fanta now with them. First, grab me a Fanta to drink before I have them. How's that? I get a little sugar in it. You hear me? You grab me a Fanta real quick?
what?
A Fanta? Oh, I love this stuff. Do you know Fanta is German for Fantasia? Had Germany won the war, this would have been mainline said Coca-Cola. Because the Coca-Cola company sold Coca-Cola to the Allies and sold Fanta or Fantasia to the Axis powers. Do you know that? What?
So they're about done.
Good. I love my French fries. The ducks are hanging out. The birds are hanging out. I have my view of my birds, my ducks. They're all my friends now. Look at all this wildlife coming around. What?
Yeah, it might be provisional.
What? What'd you say? What'd you say, Terry? Oh, he's on the phone.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, clocking this morning I did. Yeah. Huh. Okay. Okay. You too. Bye.
Who was that?
Having trouble clocking out, and then clock back in. So I had to. I'm doing like 3 things at once.
You poured ketchup besides fries.
You go on top of it or beside it?
Beside it. You know how I like my ketchup.
No, I got on the bed. And my son, he loved ketchup and barbecue sauce. He put ketchup on everything.
Sounds like me.
Yeah. Should that be enough?
Just leave the ketchup bottle beside the bed and I'll have you get more. Then after lunch, I'll get my bath and get all powdered up, smelling good for the ladies. If a lady stopped by, or they send a gentleman to visit, Mr. Azizi, my rich oil friend. He always says he's gonna hire a gentleman to come visit, and I think he's Saudi, a royal Saudi. So he can arrange. He's wealthy enough. I heard rumors he's an oil tycoon.
Well, let me pop up this one.
Because in front of his name it says, as far as Saudi royal. He's rich enough to order up a nice gentleman for the night.
Come on.
Try going out in front of the apartment complex and do it. That's the other ones do. Outside.
I used to do it in here, but she said that everybody had problems. Let me grab something to see.
Uh-oh.
Hey, my son in Walmart.
Oh, cool.
About to bed. Try this outside.
They have a work outside?
Oh yeah.
Mm. They redo your hours yet?
What?
They redo your hours yet? Full day? For the most part days?
Yeah, for 11 days, yeah. 9 to 2.
Good. So they listened to you when you said it down 1 full days.
Then Fridays and Saturdays and Sundays, I work. They give me the 4 hours to the 9 to 2.
Maybe they get Judith to come in the Friday you're off. Here you go. I'm done with my fries. They were delish. I think the Aunt Walmart box has cat or canned cat food in it. We see both of them though. Boxes. Can you bring me my packages, please? My packages. Seems like I'm always getting packages. You might open up that Walmart box for me. That's our canned cat food, I think.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
what is in the box?
Alright. Amazon unboxing time. Let's see what's someone. I didn't think I ordered one. Let's see. Oh yes, I accidentally ordered 2 of those Red Roses. Here, go up on the table. While I'm stocked up on Red Royal oils, I actually bought 2 of them.
What?
I accidentally bought 2 of them.
What are you doing?
She's checking that 'cause she knows we're royalty. Did you feed her canned cat food this morning?
Yeah.
Good. Well, you want cuddle time? She knows we have a brief after lunch cuddle time before my bath. Yeah, she wants to cuddle. She wants to stay relaxed. Can you close the blinds, please? You know that the lunch, Daddy wants the darkness. Hey, Terry.
Ready?
Yeah, close the blinds. And slide over and close the blinds. You know that for lunch, for that, Daddy needs to relax. Okay. Yeah,
Don't know if you got that, but you got details on the board.
I know. It's already got it.
Okay, great. How you feeling?
Oh, pretty good.
Good. Okay. Well, I'm just having some tea. Hot tea. Okay. I'll talk to you later. All
All right, bye.
right.
If you have this surname, your ancestors were married illegally. not because they were criminals, but because early American law said it was illegal for white men to marry into Native American community.
More heart me, Shaq. We need 4 more heart me's for this go.
She received without informing his parents. Nancy bought himself a new PlayStation Network gift card worth $50 every month. In addition, he let her know that he applied for a part-time job at his local Walmart, which would allow him to make extra money while keeping his tugboats intact. She received without informing his parents. Nancy bought himself a new PlayStation Network gift card worth $50 every month. In addition, he let her know that he applied for a part-time job at his local Walmart, which would allow him to make extra money while keeping his tugboats intact. She received without informing his parents. Nancy bought himself a new PlayStation Network gift card worth $50 every month. In addition, he let her know that he applied for a part-time job at his local Walmart, which would allow him to make extra money while keeping his tugboats intact. She received without informing his parents. Nancy bought himself a new PlayStation Network gift card worth $50 every month. In addition, he let her know that he applied for a part-time job at his local Walmart, which would allow him to make extra money while keeping his tugboats intact. She received without informing his parents. Nancy bought himself a new PlayStation Network gift card worth $50 every month. In addition, he let her know that he applied for a part-time job at his local Walmart, which would allow him to make extra money while keeping his tugboats intact. She received without informing his parents. Nancy bought himself a new PlayStation Network gift card worth $50 every month. In addition, he let her know that he applied for a part-time job at his local Walmart, which would allow him to make extra money while keeping his...
Well, yes, it does. So it's going to tell you all the... Oh, and crazy. I mean, what more is there to say about the cops? What more do you want to say about the cops?
A lot of stuff. Did you know that they were surveilling me before I killed? And then I knew it? And that it was covered up? Did you know there was helicopters dropping down from the sky? Deputy sheriff with decoys picking me up 4 or 5 months before my arrest? It was covered up?
But nonetheless,
Nobody ever asked me
whether
these
the cops
questions.
were following you or not, I think.
Oh, whether cops are following me or not, Eileen, what?
Let's say the cops were following you.
Yeah.
Let's say they were following you.
Uh-huh.
They did everything that you're saying they did.
Uh-huh.
Nonetheless,
Yeah.
you killed 7 men.
Yes,
And
you
I'm
did.
asking you, what got you to kill the 7
And I'm
men?
telling you because the cops let me keep killing them, Nick. Don't you get it?
Everyone is killing 7 people. So there must have been something in you that was getting you.
Oh, you are lost, Nick.
So
I was
explain.
hitchhiking hooker,
Right.
running into trouble. I'd shoot the guy if I ran into trouble. Physical trouble. The cops knew it. When the physical trouble came along, let her clean the streets. And then we'll pull her in.
But
That's
how come
why.
the son of the Sergeant Jarvis's back door and his home?
Dear Abby, we raised 2 daughters. One is happily married, the other is a lesbian. Where did we fail? Signed Hartson. Dear Hartson, you haven't failed. One daughter is pretty, and the other one's gay. One thing is certain. God made gay just as truly as he made straight. And all his children are entitled to love and be loved with dignity. Remember, we're all family.
I'm proud to live in this great free country, and I'm proud of our commitment to free speech, and I'm proud of our country's commitment to protecting the rights of its citizens to work and live free from big...
In the old country, they had a word, fratellanza, brotherhood, not the kind you find at parties, the kind you forge in fire. Let me tell you what this means. Perfect brotherhood was a code, not spoken, lived. A brother never asks what you need, he sees it and provides. A brother never questions your call at 3 a.m., he just shows up.
Be friendly.
Tell anything. Let's go with
There's no sex until marriage in the Muslim world. Now, this would be fine, except that in the Muslim religion, you also can't. Anybody? Jack off. Okay, jacking it is strictly forbidden in the Muslim religion. And what do we know about the places Muslims live? They live in good sand. Now, put yourself in the shoes of a Muslim.
1970s that would never be made today. 10. Winter Kills, secretly funded with drug money, paid in cash-filled envelopes, and linked to real murders. A literal money laundering operation caught on film. Unthinkable under modern financial compliance laws. 9. Deliverance shocked audiences with male-on-male sexual violence and extreme physical danger. Shot chronologically to exhaust actors, with Burt Reynolds seriously injured doing his own stunts. 8. The Last House on the Left, Wes Craven filmed violence with a cold documentary eye, refusing catharsis or moral relief. Banned for decades in the UK. 7. A Clockwork Orange linked to real-world copycat crimes, prompting Stanley Kubrick to personally withdraw it from UK cinemas for 27 years. 6. I Spit on Your Grave, built around prolonged sexual assault and revenge, guaranteeing an NC-17 rating today and commercial death in modern distribution systems. 5. Straw Dogs, accused of implying consent in assault scenes. Director Sam Peckinpah pushed actors into real distress. Behavior modern intimacy coordinators would shut down immediately. 4. The Night Porter, explored a sadomasochistic relationship between a Holocaust survivor and her former Nazi tormentor, crossing an ethical line cinema has never revisited. 3. Caligula, hijacked by producers who secretly spliced hardcore pornography into a prestige film without actors' consent. A production scandal that permanently changed contract law. 2. Scum, so realistic in its depiction of institutional brutality that it was banned by the BBC before being remade even harsher. 1. Salo, or the 120 Days of Sodom. Designed to make watching feel like a moral failure. Its bans, seizures, and underground circulation forced global debates on what cinema should never show.
Oh, I missed that movie Solo. I used to download it and I also had the physical copy of the Italian version and the American version. Salo or 120 Days in Sodom. Oh, that's one of my favorite classic movies of all time. Oh. Have you seen that one, Solo, Balzar? Or 120 Days in Sodom?
I got on the bus and a blonde girl got on. Now, you know, women are women. I thought women are lovely creatures, but she was fucking someone else. She got...
I'm a Christian Lord.
Okay, and I'm just rereading this excerpt because this excerpt is going to be one you're going to want to memorize or just be aware of, okay? It was at the end of Act 1. Blake groans and stretches as Liquichu pushes a fingertip out the bridge of his nose. After a deep breath, Liquichu speaks.
Hold on a minute, then I'll get my bath. It's 1 o'clock. I gotta do something special.
You good?
Oh yeah.
Yes, son.
Oh, that hit hard. I am stoned now. cat ripped me. You getting the bath ready? I guess I'll have one more cigarette before my bath. I just ripped myself with that joint, man. That was a far out, man. I feel far out, man. Oh, I didn't flip my camera. I'm a little bit herbally infused right now. Herbally infused. I'll take a fresh gown too and put rose powder in the fresh gown. I got plenty of rose powder.
Back first. All the way down.
I need well, if I get another woman, I'm gonna get an old-fashioned sponge bath. I'm not talking about Judy. I talk about young pretty ones right here with that kind of trash agency.
Yeah.
They almost had a woman that smoked that night before. You know why we gotten out of her? Because one of them tamer gals in the old agency about gave me a blow. Two of them almost gave me a blow job on bathing. One of them said I would, but I'm married. But if you want me to, I will. Don't tell my husband. And the other one gave me a handy. She's about my age. The other one was about my age, and one was fat. One was not too big, but just average build, kind of average looks. And the other one was 38, hot MILF. Every 18-year-old's dream MILF. You know, every high school boy's teacher they want to get molested by. Them kind of looks. And why is it that they say the boys feel trauma when they bang at hot MILF? And You know, girls got daddy issues. When it's doing a teacher, it's different, I think, because every girl I knew who went to Crawford County High School said they had a crush on Mr. One of the teachers that later became a cop. Every girl said they had a crush on him. So when he's, I don't know, that's just saying if we draw a double standard when it's a male doing a female, that double standard should apply to females falling in love. And there's a lot of teachers that don't have good inhibitions to say no. You know, they're lonely, their marriage is on the rags,
Okay,
or
you
they drink too much or something. You know, something to get not have their inhibitions at the level to do smart things, say no. You know what I mean? And a lot. If you look at most of their history, all of them are alcoholics. They drink, or they start teaching to relive their childhood or something.
Yeah.
And there might be young teachers. So I mean, and don't know better. So yeah, standard. I think if people are gonna say boys are following their dreams, I mean, both teachers should be punished. Don't get me wrong, but at least don't follow those standards when getting your shotgun when it's a girl and not when it's a boy. Don't follow the double standard.
Yeah.
That's what pisses me off with the double standard on that one, because, yeah. I heard plenty of stories from the females about how they like certain teachers. And there were plenty of female teachers I had the crush on, so trust me.
Yeah.
I mean, I was starting early having a crush on. Because one teacher goes, "Well, I'm trying to think of a gift for you. I'll be behaving this month, Josh. What do you want?" And I go, "Really, Miss Boyd?" She's my special ed teacher. I go, "Really? I got anything I want?" And I start looking right at her rack. And she says, "Within reason, Josh." I like in 5th or 6th grade I did that. So don't you tell me I would have kissed and not gone home and told. I just wouldn't have been like those guys and bragged about it.
Yep.
I just would have held the sweet memory of the bosom. My first real bosom. Well, the girls my age had no bosom. I loved older women, man. They had that bosom I wanted. Yeah, I was bored with the chicks. I sat with popper girls at school, mostly because you catch good gossip, and they're better company than the guys that were in my group. And it's good to catch gossip, and they're just they're more mature, and that's why I acted immature, and mentally, I kind of like, psychologically, I was more mature than the other boys, and also I like that those girls are all from multi-families, and that's where I put my taste, name brands I knew. Even though I didn't wear it once, I was born around my grandma would buy it. I always like talking about, well, my grandma would have bought my stuff, but I guess I was more focused on being the nerd as my style. Plus, number 2, I never thought I never knew grandma was buying it. My brother would buy it for me.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would have been wearing the Ralph Lauren, the designer jeans to school and all that. And I could do it all over again. Yeah, she didn't stay in her spot. Don't disturb her.
I'm not trying not to.
She wants to watch over Daddy.
Can you lift your leg out? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm watching a lot of TikToks on Eileen Woods,
thanks,
whatever.
Yeah.
Females executing Texas for killing all those weirdos. I'm like, damn, this is my new adoptive grandma in heaven. I'm gonna ask her if she'd be my grandma and my adoptive mom in heaven. So I probably know my mom ain't doing it. She's gonna be my guardian angel. There's a difference between hiring a prostitute and raping and murdering women.
Yeah.
And when you're a hitchhiking prostitute, you either carry a gun or become a statistic. And that woman was the voice for women, because it's either like you be brave, fight for your life, carry, or you just become narcissistic. You're a prostitute. And she was just leaving it. Well, I'm wondering how many women's life she actually saved, and she was doing probably because the rich. I mean, the powerful people didn't want an uprising where they couldn't kidnap these prostitutes and hold satanic rituals or getting an organ. She was getting away of a very evil system.
Yeah.
That need to flourish on women that are too afraid to fight, or prostitutes that are too afraid to fight. And she was a voice, and they had to take that. They had to take out her. That's the only reason she got the electric chair, because she was too dangerous for what goes on in certain circles.
Yeah. Okay, you want powder?
Yeah, the gentleman's powder.
This one? Oh, the black one?
Yeah,
This one? Or the
gold one this time.
this one?
Yeah.
Now what do you want?
My circular one goes on my balls.
What?
Chases.
Which one is that one?
Chases is the powder.
Oh, the black one?
Oh, put the gentleman's powder on my balls. And put the black one on my body, gold one on my golden jewels.
The golden one?
No, both of them. That one goes on. The gold one goes on my golden jewels balls.
Down here?
Yeah, that goes on the golden jewels. Gold ball goes on the golden jewels. They get the gold treatment.
Yeah. There you
If
go.
I'm gonna get healthy one of these days, go back to nailing. And this goes all over the body. Then you pour more rose stuff. Flip out the sheets. Put more rose stuff on it. Put rose on my hospital gown. Then DC let go by that time.
The whole thing came out.
Just kind of spray it in your hand and rub it.
Like that?
More. There's plenty plenty to soak it off. I'm out that spray. I'm gonna go and spray it out myself. While you take up, replace, redo the bed, put the bulb out with the gold stuff. Get hospital gown. Put the gold, put the rose stuff on the bed, and put the try to get your bed change redone. Put the rose on that, and on the hospital gown.
Do I rub it in or what?
No, I'll rub it in. That's for the women to do. I'll tell you honest. I may be bisexual, but I'm not bisexual for fat, ugly men. And you've fallen that category, so you're not my type. So don't worry. I don't go for fat, ugly men. I go for 18, 19-year-old men. On my bisexual side. Yeah.
And clean.
Now it's time for my colon cleanse. You're not, you know what I mean by guys like you not being my type. You're not fat and ugly. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
Not my type fat, but type you're a woman like your wife. You know what I mean. You don't have to worry about me flirting with you like that. I did that Marine. He was he was my type. The 20-year-old Marine that come in here, he was such a big liberal. Put the rose powder on it real quick. I don't go for thick older man there. That's better. I go for the twinks. I'm trying to put some way bells on where it's not rude. I'm high as hell. And on the women, I might have a broader range on the women. Depends how much I drink and how much I've been smoking. I go for the thicker women all the way to the skinny women. 18 to 45, sometimes 50. There have been 50-year-old women made me hard when I was like 19. So, you know, with the women, there's more women. See, I'm more, I guess, bi-curious because there's a broader range of women that get my jelly roll than there are men. So I guess I'm more bi-curious because a lot more broader range of women get my jelly roll than do men. And every time I kiss a man, it feels like I've been kissing my brother in that way. So I guess maybe I was brainwashed into it. Because every time I've kissed a man or been with a man, it feels like I've just been with my brother. It feels weird, so I think it's just that I was brainwashed or by the system, probably. Not how morally corrupt they are. Because, like, with a woman, it's always been beautiful. With a guy, I know something's not natural about it. I think it's just some things that's happened to me and stuff that normalized it.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, with my, you know, my religious beliefs, I just can't talk about them on air. But I want to build me a family. That's my next project. 8 or 9 hicks that coming out. Put the royal stuff on the bed. Remake the bed, put the royal stuff on it. Baby's watching her bed be made too. And put the royal stuff down on that.
Yeah. I'm doing this one.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. And when we put the sheet and blankets down, do one each layer. I'm awful picky. The queen is watching you. Look at her watch you how you do up the queen's bed. Remember, 2 members of royalty in this family share this bed. It's got to be perfect.
And then you cover it up with this one.
Yeah. And then do the royal. Then the blanket, this kind of this put a tiny layer on. And not baby. Yeah, baby's blanket, my blanket. There you go. That's good. Just a tiny and a baby's blanket. Oh. There you go. Boy, I am royalty today. This is falling over.
There you go.
Thanks.
Look at you.
Yeah, and you put on a pot of coffee, Frigo? Please. Well, look, baby, has in her eyes. Here, baby. What is it, darling? We didn't do Starbucks this morning, Balzar. Why don't you just send me the money and I'll put back in my savings. I need for that Yardley soap, some soap stuff, because my dad threw all my bars of soap away. Except for the Dove, and you know, there's certain bars of soap I like. I need to buy some toiletries and stuff. My hair hasn't been washed, and my pomade stuff got mixed up, so I want my beard looking nice at least every Friday. Every Monday and Friday, get my beard done. Every Monday and Friday. Every Monday and Thursday, get my beard done up. Every Monday, Wednesday, and every Monday, Thursday, and Friday. Every Monday, Thursday, and Tuesday, get my beard done up at least. Every Monday, Thursday, every Monday and Thursday. Or every Monday and Thursday, get my beard done up with pomade and get a beard wash. And then and you know what kind of stuff I want for that. Good stuff. And I need stuff for hair growth. I gotta get rid of this bald spot. If I'm gonna charm the ladies, I need a full head of hair to shave my head. They grow a big long beard down here that's well groomed. They like beasts. Some women like beasts. So I just need to go where the ladies are and kind of like cruise around and get my legs built up, or go somewhere they like dirty old men with money, so I gotta dress nice. But they'll end up blowing me for a taco from Taco Bell anyway. And maybe a hit of weed and a couple packs of cigarettes. They'll end up sucking my dick while buying a couple packs of cigarettes. Generic packs. Order 18, I give them a pint of vodka, 2 packs of Marlboro, and I don't know, hook them up with some hemp. I think I'll get my dick sucked good. And a little pussy. 18, 19, 20-year-olds will let me in that skirt. Some will be redheads, that pussy of fire. Some of them will be blondes with the pussy of the gates of heaven. You know, the blonde light. Some will have a pussy of fire like the gates to hell. Those are the ones we'll watch out for. And the dark ones are the brunettes, and that's falling into the bottomless pit. She's been fucked a lot. Notice those dark, black, brown, or black-haired women fuck a lot. Yeah, you're falling into well-open pussies. All the ones with black hair I had. Oh my God, I was falling in that thing. Like the Asian chick I was with, I really fell into that thing. It's going. It was just popping until I got deep inside of it. It's a good thing I was bigger and more average than an average guy. I got deep enough down into it to feel a little bit of a riblet. That's about it. Amanda the blonde was amazing. She had a nice fire pussy. Absolutely, that pussy was fucking smells gorgeous. Absolutely. Oh, was that even Snippy too? That pussy was magnificent. Smells gorgeous. That pussy was absolutely amazing. So gorgeous. I dare you do that to your wife tonight. Get her soaking wet like a human centipede tail. And yeah, do it about the time your kids are still living at home and they're over 18, they hear that every night. You're about 50 years old. That's the way to get them to move out. Every night, Dad's bound Mom after they turn 18, and that's the way you get them out to get their own place. That's how I would have my kids, and they're all over 18, still living at home. 60-year-old dad still be pounding 50-year-old mom like that. They misbehaved. They didn't get the belt. They're just confused by what's going on in the bedroom next door. And telling weird stories about things Mom and Dad were saying last night. Turned it into humor. I heard Mama say this to Dad last night. And started wondering about middle school for Disneyland. Mom and Dad are talking about this and that, and I heard this sound, and the boys that are old enough to kind of mature enough to catch on was laughing and gets around to school. Yeah, my kid was like, Bo was kind of slow on having to do that in a special ed class. There ought to be one or two nose-picking perverts in there that would catch on and spread it around. How much of a show, the big show that Dad is.
Maybe coffee.
Thanks, it's underground. And every 9 months, a new kid pops out. We're Catholics, but me and the wife every 9 months on a new novena. We go by a novena. Every 9 months, then 9 weeks after the baby's born, we say novena all the time. We start for the next one. 9 months waiting, then 9 weeks to wait, then try for another one. That's the Catholic version of having a big family, guys. You first have a 9-day novena with your virgin wife. You try for your first kid. It's born. You wait 9 months. Have another 9-week novena of the rosary. Then you make another baby. And if you have to, sleep in separate rooms and have a perfect Catholic family. I'd say something good on here. 30 as I was talking. That's the ingredients to the perfect Catholic family. Always pray with your kids. Do the rosary. I'm going to start doing the rosary because that's Dr. Taylor Marshall. Until I had to follow, I used to watch him, but I can't watch him anymore. But I had to follow obedience. That's a commandment in school, in church, and my priest, the last priest that was there, Father, he can't forget his name, told me not to watch Dr. Taylor Marshall anymore because he's an angry man. I was ordered by a priest not to watch Dr. Taylor Marshall. And I really got to at least email him, send him a message on Twitter, and ask him if I have to follow that commandments out of obedience, nothing personal. Just told him I used to be addicted to his shows, eating a meal, everybody's watching over meals. But that priest, I thought I had to do it out of obedience. Tell him I miss watching them, but I'm trying to follow obedience. Baby wants it dark in here, I think.
good?
Yeah, I'm off there. Hell, Canada. Oh, like one more last stop where I did it. And then join us now.
Okay, see you in the morning.
Oh yeah, same time, same royal treatment.
Alright.
Baby's resting like royalty somewhere.
Huh?
Baby's resting like royalty somewhere.
Alright, see you in the morning.
Anyway. I'm so stoned. I'm all powdered up, Balzar. I'm stoned.
last bad ride, you water-bathed old hag. Get up! You can tell the principal that he can't expel me because I quit. I'm gonna give this torture chamber a real goodbye. So long, suckers. Give me that cigarette. Fire. Lying there on the ground like some animal. Don't make it a vagrant. Get up. Get her swine. They were coming with me. All of them. Oh. You've given me the last bad ride, you water-bathed old hag. Get up. You can tell the principal that he can't expel me because I quit.
I went through the same files and found everything welding related in them, so you guys wouldn't have to, and what I found is pretty fucking nuts. First thing I found was this company, Samson Welding, and they definitely did work on the island. I don't know where they're based. It's the same video and the same idea based on my movements. But well, all due respect to the most unparliamentary language. Fuck you, Deputy Stagg. Fuck you. I apologize now for my use of unparliamentary language.
That is most unparliamentary.
Would like your personal assurances that our airspace will be clear for Santa, for Rudolph, and all of his reindeers.
To assure the deputy and Santa has complete clearance in Irish airspace.
To anybody who thinks this party is tired, to anyone who thinks this party lacks energy, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Well, only two.
Anyways, I digress.
No woman is ever gonna flow with you. You're just gonna grow old and die alone.
During an exorcism, a demon was forced to admit something striking. That if even one person in the family prays the rosary, it can help save the others. According to testimony attributed to Father Don Ambrosio Villa, an Italian priest who assisted in exorcism, this occurred during an exorcism on October 19, 2019. The demon, identified as Beelzebub, was reportedly forced to say that even one person faithfully praying the rosary in a family can become an instrument God uses to protect the rest. Before anyone misunderstands this, Catholics do not learn truth from demons. They lie by nature. The Church is very clear about that. So why does this matter at all? Because during exorcisms, demons are sometimes forced by God's authority to speak against their will. Not to teach doctrine or give new revelation, but to show their defeat. And when they do speak, they only confirm what the Church has always taught. The power of the rosary does not come from demons' words. It comes from Scripture, centuries of Marian devotion, and the truth that God can work powerfully through the prayer of even one faithful soul. One rosary, one person, grace multiplies. If you are the only one praying in your family, do not stop. Share this to encourage others to pray the rosary. In this broken world, needs God's grace more than ever. During an exorcism, a demon was forced to admit something striking. That if even one person in a family prays the rosary, it can help save the others. According to testimony attributed to Father Don Ambrosio Villa, an Italian priest who assisted in exorcism,
Check out this giant tablet. Look how cool this is. And guess what? You can fold it in half.
It's closed here. We had 6 of them. They all shut down on the same day 2 years ago, and one of them just reopened. My God, just over 6 foot.
If alien women ever come to Earth and you think about having sex with one, and we would be having sex with them, here are a few things to consider. 1. Disease. An alien virus could kill you. We have no immunity. Still worth it, but weigh it out. 2. Post-sex death ritual. Do they have one? Do they intend to dismember and consume you? Make sure you ask. Still worth it either way. 3. Will their equipment do any harm to your equipment? It's a mystery. For all you know, there could be alien bees in there. Still worth it, but listen for buzzing. So, some things to consider, but still safer than most human women I've met. If alien women ever come to Earth and you think about having sex with one, and we would be having sex with them, here are a few things to consider. 1. Disease. An alien virus could kill you. We have immunity. Still worth it, but weigh it out. 2. Post-sex death ritual. Do they have one? Do they intend to dismember and consume you? Make sure you ask. Still worth it either way.
The last American who remembered the old world. What she told her family before dying in 1953. There's a filing cabinet in the Library of Congress that contains the voices of dead Americans, not recordings, transcriptions, thousands of pages of handwritten and typed interviews conducted between 1936 and 1940 by government writers who were sent into homes across 24 states with a single instruction: get their stories before they're gone. The program was called the Federal Writers Project, a branch of Roosevelt's New Deal that employed out-of-work journalists, novelists, and researchers to document the lives of ordinary citizens. They collected 2,900 life histories. Then they filed them in the Library of Congress, where they sat mostly unread for nearly 40 years. I found them because I was looking for something else. I was tracing architectural records from the 1870s, trying to understand why so many American courthouses and government buildings from that era feature proportions that don't match the people who supposedly used them. The same question I keep running into. But the deeper I went into those archives, the more I realized the buildings weren't the real story. The people were. Because those 2,900 interviews captured something no textbook ever could. The first-hand memories of Americans who were alive before everything changed. And what they described doesn't match the history we've been taught. Let me explain what I mean by before everything changed. Consider the math. An American born in 1855 who lived to 85, not unusual, would have died in 1940. That means they were alive, speaking, remembering when those government writers knocked on their doors. They would have been children during the 1860s and 1870s. They would have witnessed the most dramatic transition in American history. Not gradually, not over centuries, but within a single lifetime. And their grandchildren, born in the 1920s and 1930s, heard their stories firsthand. Those grandchildren are the last generation that carries the oral history of the old world, and they're almost gone. Mary Kelly was born in 1851 in Southfield, Michigan. She lived to 130 and died in 1964. She was alive before the Civil War and survived long enough to see television in every American home. Maggie Barnes was born to a formerly enslaved woman in the early 1880s and lived to approximately 1115, dying in 1998 in North Carolina. These weren't extraordinary cases. The Gerontology Research Group has verified 16 supercentenarians born in the 1850s alone. Dozens more lived past 100. Hundreds lived past 90. An entire generation of witnesses whose memories span two completely different worlds. The government had the chance to record all of them in 2,900. Then it stopped. The project was defunded in 1939 after congressional hearings turned over to state control and effectively shut down. The interviews were boxed up, not published in any accessible form until the 1970s. 30 years of silence around the last first-hand testimony of Americans who remembered what came before. Before what, exactly? That's where October 8, 1871 becomes impossible to ignore. Every American learns about the Great Chicago Fire. Mrs. O'Leary's cow, the wooden city, the rebuilding. What almost no one learns is what happened the same night at the same hour across 3 states simultaneously. In Peshtigo, Wisconsin, a firestorm consumed the entire town in approximately 1 hour. Between 2,000 and 2,500 people perished, making it the deadliest wildfire in American recorded history. The fire burned 1.2 million acres. Survivors describe winds strong enough to lift adults off the ground, flames that moved faster than a person could run, and a heat so intense that people crossing open ground simply burst into flame without being touched by visible fire. Reverend Peter Pernin, the parish priest who survived by submerging himself in the Peshtigo River, published his eyewitness account in 1874. He described a phenomenon that doesn't match any normal wildfire behavior. The available oxygen was consumed so rapidly that people who showed no burns were found deceased, as if the air itself had been weaponized. The fire created its own weather system, a vortex of superheated wind that behaved less like a forest fire and more like something detonating from a central point outward. The same night, Holland, Michigan burned. Manistee, Michigan burned. Port Huron, Michigan was threatened. Across 225 million acres of the upper Midwest, fires erupted simultaneously. The National Weather Service confirms these fires broke out across 3 states at the same time on the same evening. The official explanation is drought, lumber debris, and a cold front with high winds. Reasonable, except for one detail that has nagged researchers since 1883, the simultaneity. In 1883, a hypothesis emerged that fragments of Biela's comet had struck the atmosphere and ignited the fires from above. This theory was revisited in a 1997 documentary and investigated again in 2004 by the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Witnesses in Chicago reported blue flames burning in basements, a color consistent with unusual chemical combustion, not wood fires. The theory has never been the last American who remembered the old world. What she told her family before dying in 1953, there's a
Hi, Grandpa. Anyway, I have a question for you. You still working? Wow. I'm here. Hello, I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me, Grandpa?
Oh yeah, well let's just call it back a little bit.
Alright, you got visitors?
Yeah.
Hey, one question to leave behind with. Do you remember the term the old world in school? Or from family members?
Not really.
Have you ever in school were you taught the world was flat? Because they said that the globe was a lie, and that old generations always learned the world was flat up to the 1930s.
Honestly, I didn't hear that.
Well, you know what the truth is, and the old what we've been bringing up, and I was told in school was right. Now you know why I dropped out of school.
I'll let Don talk to you later.
Bye. Weirdo. Oh, baby's sitting on her throne.
seen this video of Chris Chan getting kicked out of HarmonyCon 2026 while cosplaying as the White Ranger. But did you know that Power Rangers has long been a part of Chris Chan's history? History? It all began with Chris' earliest public appearance, the famous Sonic Sweepstakes video.
Had to do with exactly what side Hedgehog had written and what side said at the end of it, and then I had to mail it in, and I had to be drawn out of the hat, and I just won.
In part of the coverage of the big win by Charlottesville NBC affiliate WVIR, see a young Chris pull something out of a KB Toys bag. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Deluxe Megazord. Chris was clearly a fan of the OG Mighty Morphin. Within the famous Wall of Originals, custom-drawn Pokemon cards made by Chris, you can find two Power Rangers-inspired works. The first is the Sonichu Sword. The second is a trainer card for Bulk and Skull. Yes, Bulk and Skull, the two bully characters from the show. Within the fictional world of Quickville, which I'm sure will no longer be fictional after the dimensional merge comes to pass, well,
What you respect emotion?
Stop scrolling. He is considered one of the most dangerous and enigmatic figures on the planet. People avoid saying his name out loud. Fear alone keeps it whispered. Rumors claim that all of Albania operates under his unseen influence, as if he controls it silently from the shadows. Authorities have attempted to bring him down countless times, yet every investigation collapses. Evidence vanishing as though it never existed. Many believe he leads a group known as Volban. It's a name everyone recognizes, but speaking it openly is said to invite serious consequences. Even major figures within the criminal underworld reportedly keep their distance. He lives surrounded by extreme wealth, luxury car dealerships, a yacht equipped with a helicopter, and a fortress-like mansion hidden behind towering walls. Wherever he goes, a convoy of security vehicles follows, less like protection for a man, more like an escort for a head of state. His guards never leave his side, not even at night. Monaco is said to be one of the few places where he moves most comfortably, closing deals before disappearing again without a trace. They call him Wolf. His stare is cold and unsettling, enough to make people look away as he passes. No one truly knows his origins, but everyone seems to agree on one thing. Crossing him would be a mistake. He is considered one of the most dangerous and enigmatic figures on the planet. People avoid saying his name out loud. Fear alone keeps it whispered. Rumors claim that all of Albania operates under his unseen influence, as if he controls it silently from the shadows. Authorities have attempted to bring him down countless times, yet every investigation collapses. Evidence vanishing as though it never existed. Many believe he leads a group known as Volban. It's a name everyone recognizes, but speaking it openly is said to invite serious consequences. Even major figures within the criminal underworld reportedly keep their distance. He lives surrounded by extreme wealth, luxury car dealerships, a yacht equipped with a helicopter, and a fortress-like mansion hidden behind towering walls. Wherever he goes, a convoy of security vehicles follows, less like protection for a man, more like an escort for a head of state. His guards never leave his side, not even at night. Monaco is said to be one of the few places where he moves most comfortably, closing deals before disappearing again without a trace. They call him Wolf. His stare is cold and unsettling, enough to make people look away as he passes. No one truly knows his origins, but everyone seems to agree on one thing. Crossing him would be a mistake. He is considered one of the most dangerous and enigmatic figures on the planet. People avoid saying his name out loud. Fear alone keeps it whispered. Rumors claim that all of Albania operates under his unseen influence, as if he controls it silently from the shadows. Authorities have attempted to bring him down countless times, yet every investigation collapses. Evidence vanishing as though it never existed. Many believe he leads a group known as Volban. It's a name everyone recognizes, but speaking it openly is said to invite serious consequences. Even major figures within the criminal underworld reportedly keep their distance. He lives surrounded by extreme wealth, luxury car dealerships, a yacht equipped with a helicopter, and a fortress-like mansion hidden behind towering walls. Wherever he...
There's this place down south, all these rich men go to devil worship. He said they sacrifice kids and whatnot, women and children, all got murdered there. And about someplace called Carcosa. Shut the fuck up. So the yellow key.
9 a.m.